Hey, how's it going? Oh, I gotta get used to not WASD. Oof. All right. Yeah. All right, that's working.
You've had a sale, Exile.
Yeah, I made three divine. A whole bunch of chaos. Okay, so what do I gotta remember what I needed to do? Doriani's Mechanarium. How much is that now? Let's just run that quick and get it done. I just say I'm playing Icarus suddenly. It's not the title of my stream. The my stream software glitched and I was in the middle of editing my title when it decided to just go live, and I canceled it and I stopped it from going live. But that didn't apparently take. Fire, cold, or lightning? Cold is higher. 0.5 beta testing. What? Hey, Loken, how's it going? No. I'm playing PoE 1 and I'm just trying to get 40 of 40. Cold damage. Okay, we've augmented with cold damage 3 times. And the stairs.
Go with courage.
Oh, so I think the boots would be probably armor if it was red. If I did fire on one of them, fire damage to spells and attack. So I probably wanted to figure out which one does which, and I could have done an energy shield base that had fire damage to spells and attacks and purity of fire. Yeah. Okay, so what else do I need? Endgame grinds. Level 100 or defeat pinnacle bosses. I could probably do the pinnacle bosses. And the remembered. And to do the remembered, I just need to find chambers of impurity. So let's find my maps tab and run city squares, I guess. Why are these separated?
Greetings.
So Harbinger Syndicate.
fleshy failures do not seek the source. Would you like to know how this...
Somehow, trusting this.
How's this possible?
Where are your first ones now, as am I?
You could kill me.
The General's particular brand of might does not just exile.
Ah, I see your plans.
A truce.
Johnny Depp? Is that not Steve? Is somebody out Steving Steve? Or is that what he decided to name his character?
Caravan. This syndicate, strong and reasonable.
The quickest way to this...
Extinguish me again. And I will...
Well, this was clearly a mistake.
I'll burn loyal. The structure of this. Consider it done.
Where would you place this character and your PoE2 Sparker on a scale from 1 to blasting? I would say, based on what I've seen for like real blasting skills, I would say this is a conservative 8 out of 10 for blasting. 8 out of blasting. And my PoE2, are we talking about PoE2's cap? Or just between the two in total? Because the cap of PoE2 for blasting, I think, is only ever an 8 at PoE1. And I don't think I'm nearly there, so I think... you know... I actually don't think this one's that much of a blaster either. PoE1 is easier to blast. I want to revise my schedule. Not schedule. My opinion. I think PoE2 can only ever get to an 8 of PoE1's blasting ability. I think this skill is a solid 7 for blasting. The way I have it currently, it can get much better. And PoE2 direct comparison is like a 5, but I don't think, like, again, I don't think you can beat an 8. I think there are significantly better blasting characters in both games. This one's fun. I enjoy it. I'm just trying to spawn the last thing I need to Maven witness.
Caravan.
Last chance.
This syndicate is strong and reasonable. I like you, Exile.
Don't expect our previous dealings. Watch, kid. We're not beasts. We can settle this other ways. Go on. Violence is part. You're more savage than any animal.
I'm glad we could come to an understanding.
Nice. Wait. Does she have a Monday song?
You there.
Hey, look, a reflecting mist. I have never gotten a good reflecting mist. Okay. Not doing it. So I can get 44% increased rarity at the cost of 30% minus to all resistances. Reduced rarity can sometimes be good. So I'm going to go with this one. Actually, that was, I think, I need to, put this to be, yeah. Yeah. Well, you requested a terrible song and you got a terrible song, but it wasn't a meme terrible song, so I skipped it. Actually, I need to make sure that I have my Atlas set up. Do I have this set to block? Okay. Reduce. So, Incarnation of Fear. This is where I wish I knew. Incarnation of Fear is which... Is Incarnation of Fear Chambers of Impurity? Yeah. So I need incarnation. I need chambers of impurity. Oh, and I'm looking up the wrong thing. I hate this. Chambers of impurity. Okay. Chambers of impurity. Echo of trauma. Which echo of trauma opens to incarnation of fear. Okay, so I do have this set up properly. Yeah. I read chat. Hey, how's it going? I just wish it was easier. I have two challenges left. One is to do this, the remembered at 70% item quantity, and the other is just to probably defeat pinnacle bosses another 50 times. And I don't know, like, a good way to force the spawn to happen. So I'm just running maps. And interacting with kind of as little as I can. I think that you have to kill natural mob spawns, but causing more doesn't necessarily make it better. Or does it? Do you not even need to kill anything? Does it just show up? And so I can like enter, zoom around, and leave. It seems like it's very similar to trying to spawn, what's his face, the nameless seer, where you know you kill enough stuff and he spawns. So I do need to go and kill everything. It's okay, but it's similar to the Eater Exarch thing, so I have to kill stuff, and it's like a set number of maps. I just can't see how many maps till it will spawn. Or is it more like Nameless Seer, where, you know, you just kill a bunch of stuff and hope it spawns? I kind of wish that it was like something you could build progress to. Oh, did they change it? Was it used? Did it used to be more reliable or something? Or the invitation? Yeah. I feel like there needs to be more. This is my opinion. So these memory tears are replacing the memories of Einhar, whatever, that used to drop as an item and were tradable. Why is this not just drop as an item and tradable? They like to do that with everything but the league mechanic. But this isn't the league mechanic. This is a core mechanic of the game.
I shall put you in your place.
Well, the pedal system is kind of poorly thought out anyways.
I choose. I cannot claim sorrow. Death holds no terror.
What a way. Even an ignorant, so be it. But if word of
Hail!
And then I gotta find the easiest pinnacle boss. Easiest and cheapest pinnacle boss, which I think would be one of the incarnations, probably. And just run him 50 times.
Ruthless backup is quite as
We can settle this. Otherwise, like before.
Are we due a quality of life one? 'Cause I know they like to have like every other one be a quality of life thing.
You bash well, Exile.
I don't care. May your mist be shiny.
I don't know. I might go cast when stunned. I might go righteous fire. I haven't really figured out my Phrecia plan. This truck has a traction control button and did lock. Do I dare do donuts in the semi? I hope they do like a meta shakeup, but I the way I like them doing meta shakeups is don't kill builds, make them harder to build, make the key things more rare, more expensive, so you can't league start. You can't really league start any of the end game current builds, but they can survive and still exist. But they need to make other things viable, like I don't know. That would be nice too. I agree with that sentiment.
By the bargainer.
Just
what's wrong?
Death holds no.
What if they just do a combination of the current system and mini idols. You know, don't have the full idol system and don't have the more powerful mods, but basically anything that you would find on a scarab, you can find on an idol instead, and you can put, you know, a few idols in a smaller version of the idol from Phrecia, and then you don't have to worry about buying scarabs all the time. That would kind of ruin the economy, I guess. I never really played with it that much before, so I don't know what I think about the idols. I'm going to come to a conclusion in this Phrecia event. Initially, I didn't like them. But then I hear a lot of people actually like them. But maybe it's just as a temp event to be something significantly different versus being a, you know. I kind of like the idea that it incentivizes not necessarily group play, but cooperative play. Well, and I think that that's where, you know, don't replace the tree with idols, just replace scarabs with idols. I know. They're going to take the PoE 2's tablet system and move that to Path of Exile 1. So basically, all scarabs last for 10 maps now. I don't like PoE 2's endgame Atlas tree. I really think that that is a step backwards. I think you've been here for my rant about the combination of trees. There's another reflecting mist. Let's see, do I get garbage again? Don't give them ideas. I like giving people ideas. Let's see here. So, there are parts of PoE 2's endgame that are good. And I'd like PoE 2 to keep those parts. But I think that the PoE 1 Atlas tree is just better for the customization of what content you want to play. Like, that is huge. And that's something I think that shouldn't be a difference between the two games. I want the games to have separate identities. But the way I want them to have separate identities is by mechanics and you know, speed of the game and stuff like that. They don't need to be sharing nothing or as little as possible. And sharing the Atlas tree the way Path of Exile 1 has it makes a lot of sense. And then what you do is you take the current league and give it a mini tree like they do with all leagues in Path of Exile 2, so you can still have a customization of the current league without taking away points from your normal strategy. It solves so many problems. So that is 100%. There's two problems with PoE 2's endgame. One is you can't focus something. And two is you can't focus something but different. So, and by that I mean you can't super invest in any one mechanic. So you can't be like, you know what, I really like Expedition, and I'm gonna put, you know, a bunch of points into Expedition, and I'm gonna put Scarabs in for Expedition, and I'm really gonna focus Expedition because I really enjoy the Expedition mechanic. It's really hard to do that because you can only put 8 points in, and you know, that's basically it. And then you have tablets, but you kind of like, well, do I put 3 Expedition tablets? It feels like a waste because I can guarantee some other content that I also have points in. Because you can't not put points in Breach. Like, you could just never do Breach, but that just feels like a waste because those points don't take away from your ability to do anything else. So you can't focus it because you can't invest enough in any one mechanic. And you also can't focus it because you can't really ignore other mechanics without feeling like you're just ignoring something arbitrarily. I don't know. It's feels, and this is my opinion, and I'm not the best player in the world, and I could absolutely be wrong, and I'd be happy to be proven wrong. But I just feel like the game guides you towards picking 3 things eventually, and doing those 3 things. But also, even if you didn't pick, because you have 1 tablet for each, but even if you didn't pick those 3 things, you run into Ritual, which you have nothing in except for the points that you might as well have in. It's like, well, I still have 8 points. It's still good. It could be better, but it's still good. I don't know. I think you did, but I don't remember it. I also like that Path of Exile 1 has the divination cards. So it's like, oh, you know what? I want to focus farm on Taste of Hates. Well, I can run Phasmagoria maps to give me a little bit better chance to get a Taste of Hate. You know, I feel like being able to pick something and run something that gives you a better chance of that thing dropping makes sense. Now, the chances are slim, you know, especially for... especially for really rare items, then the cards are also really rare. But at least you're doing a little bit better. And PoE 2 seems a little bit too focused on preventing people from doing things. It's like, we don't want you to get too tanky, so we're not putting life on the tree. We don't want you to, I don't know. I'm ranting now. I like PoE 2. I do. And I think that it does have potential to be the better game between PoE 1 and 2. But it's nowhere close to that yet. At least for me. I know there are people who already do like it better. But it could be still good for them and better, you know, in my opinion, for people who like to blast. And one of the other main things that needs to happen is they need to stop punishing you for being slow if they want the game to be slow. You're already punished by the fact that somebody who's faster is doing more of the content per hour. You don't need to punish even more. Also true. I'm okay with certain situations, like if they really want Uber bosses to be 1 portal per attempt, okay, that's just gonna make people overcompensate and make sure that they definitely are not going to die before they fight the Uber bosses. But there's no reason for standard mapping to be single portal encounters. And the game's balanced around you doing it that way. It's like if I wanted to play hardcore, I'd be playing hardcore. And even better than that is I want to be able to do juiced maps and then run into something that because I play softcore because I just want to run stuff and then be like, ooh, this one's got a bunch of damage mods on it, and I didn't realize that because I didn't pay close enough attention. I got to be more careful than normal. And I run this one map a little bit slower. I learned that this one mod is kind of bad for my build, and I move forward without just losing all the progress and just that map is gone. You know, I want to be able to go back in and be like, well, what if I do take this slower? Can I do this while taking it slower? I don't know. I 100% agree that if it needs to be a little bit less punishing for losing things. You know, because the other thing that does is like it drives down build diversity because everybody's like, okay, well, I have to make a build that can account for these situations because there's nothing. Another reflecting mist, but no.
Other ways, like before.
Garbage. Now gotten 3 reflecting mists and no. You know, whatever. I think the main loop, like there should be situations where you do, you know, it's a little bit of a struggle. You got to be more careful, and you know you're opting into that situation. But that should be reserved for the not main gameplay loop, you know, something that's not you know, like running an Uber, you know, ooh, I'm gonna be doing this Uber, it's gonna be a little bit difficult, you know, and so I need to be able to do that. But I have no brain off activities in Path of Exile 2 until you severely overpower the mechanics, because either you run it while you're severely overpowered, or you have to pay attention to the mechanics to a significant margin where you just don't, like, I can't just mindless grind stuff. Like right now, I can have a pretty good conversation in Path of Exile 1, which is a faster game, which you'd think would be something I have to think more about, but I can kind of mine off, do stuff. And if I die, you know, it sets me back on some XP. I'm further away from hitting 100, which I don't expect to do. And I'm okay with that. That's the thing I'm, you know, that's what I'm signing up for. But I didn't sign up to play hardcore mode, and so having one portal is, yeah, I don't know. I think there shouldn't be one portal. I think that certain situations can have only one portal, but the main loop of the game shouldn't. I also think that you shouldn't have to corrupt into tier 16s in order to be doing the content you want to do. It also is a little bit confusing. Like, what level am I doing? I'm doing a tier 15 map, but I could be fighting at tier 15 level 79s, level 80s, or level 81s. Which there's a significant difference between them. And there should be. But if I do the wrong thing, I'm fighting harder things than I maybe had planned to be. So I can't brain off run maps because I need to pay attention to, am I running something that's increasing the level? Or am I running something that isn't increasing the level in case I want to be running those 81s? And then the only way to get tier 16s is by corrupting into them, which means that you have to roll it, make sure it's something you can run, then corrupt it, make sure that it doesn't, well, it has to actually roll to go up a level, which it seems like, you know, 1/8 of the time it will go up a level or so. And then after it's gone up a level, you know, did it change anything about it? You know, I don't know that it can go up a level and change the mods, but I also don't know that it can't. So I gotta check it. That might be me though. I think Path of Exile 2 has a lot of potential, and it is a good game. But it could easily be a great game. With some tweaks, which I hope they're coming.
Hail.
Only a fell. Let me act as your. Let us see what the light will do. You'll find me.
I want another moment of your time.
Go on.
I will. If you think I'm going...
That one.
Death is a
You honor the way. I must confess. Consider us even.
Can 16.5 spawn the threads? Or is that only on tier 16s?
Greeting.
Solve this like men!
I'll lend you my...
I guess we should talk. Allegiance is earned.
The Karui way.
To the victor go. And the strong get stronger.
You'll find me amongst disagreeable.
It's no easy. Go on.
What's wrong?
Even an ignorant. There could be no simpler exchange.
Hello, Exile?
Hey, how's it going? That was pretty good. I'm just trying to finish up the last few achievements, but man, this one is annoying. Or challenges. I need to do the remembered, which is such a annoying thing to spawn. How about you? How's it going? Yeah? Grand Eldritch Embers. Nice.
Let's keep it simple this time, Exile. Try to best me.
Sorry, but I'm
A spot more. Wheeling and dealing. What's a man to do?
Go on.
I'm trying. Exile, you'll take. Feeling more limber already.
I stay true to my
Found a nameless seer.
will. I know mine. Take your prize and go.
Hail, traveler.
Think any of this is worth anything? I'm working on the remembered, which I just need Chambers of Impurity to be able to get the invitation to run the remembered. And then after that, I just gotta do Ubers, which will be easy. It just I gotta run 51 Uber bosses. Just figure out whatever the cheapest Uber to run is. This will, in theory, this will be my second 40 of 40 league.
thanks to your.
Look around you. This is the end of your journey, Exile.
That's a plan.
None of may have claimed this.
Won't be able to be around for all of it.
You cannot win.
There's gonna be some time where I'll be away, but
Go on. Go on. Go on.
what? I think my game just crashed.
If you think...
Well, it had come back. Okay. Let's see. Do I have... I only have 2 more of these. Then I have to run some random ones, so might as well switch to bossing, I guess.
You may you dead. Yeah. Well, you're gonna be. Still hurts.
I really do.
I think I could smack. Whoa! Oh. God's judgment awaits you. Just my soul delivered to God. Sorely needed here. I choose. I cannot claim. Death holds no terror.
Yes, a savage. And now you see that I am but one piece in a relic.
Ignoring subs. Ah. Why did it not beep? I didn't see any notification. How did that happen? Why am I not getting notifications? Well, thanks for the follow and the sub. I appreciate that. I gotta figure out why that didn't go off. Apparently we're listening to retro music now. Yeah, can I tell this to replay? There we go. I heard that one. Why did I not hear it? don't know. Did it make a sound and I just didn't see it? Oldies. Yep. I would not be able to dispute that. What does it take to be an oldie? Because at this point, I've gotten to the point where you can put classic car plates on cars that were made after I was able to drive. So we put collector plates on, maybe not classic. I think classic has more older. I mean, 90s was at least 26 years ago, so any car made in the year 2001 or older can get the special collector plates on them.
I really do hate the idea.
You kill so good at.
You surprise me, Helen. Did Hinakora reject your career?
I never back down from a fight.
So this song randomly came on the other day. Me and my wife like to do this thing. And there's a game we play where we like to like guess the names of songs, right? So this song would come on and we'd be like, "Oh, this is, Holding Out for a Hero. You get a point for that. This is whoever. You get a point for that." This song came on, and I don't listen to the music from this era really at all. And I called it this is the Footloose song. Also, have never seen Footloose. And I said, "Oh, this is the Footloose song." And then she asks the Google what it is, because we're playing on the Google Music, or on the Google Home devices. And it doesn't say Footloose, but then when it showed it on her phone, it says from Footloose. So I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny. You don't get the points for that though. So, eh.
Might makes right. They'll never.
Just more. I shall die 1,000 times if needed.
I really do.
Fool. Death holds no.
I'm trying. The red blade's a bit of a firebug, if you hadn't noticed.
You are brutal.
Not as dumb as you seem.
I recently was watching Stranger Things for the first time, so it's fitting that this song plays.
Laura, this is not natural. Don't you see?
Like I just watched the episode that has this song in it, like
Cycle of is supposed to be general.
maybe Saturday. I don't remember.
Stay down, Haku.
Death is a natural.
You honor the way. I must confess.
The caravan is yours.
Oh Jesus! I wasn't paying attention. Died. It's okay. I already leveled. Didn't really lose much. 97. Not making it to 100. So. Let's see.
Strong and reasonable.
So this league, I have a 79, a 90, a 90, a 97, a 96, a 65, a 98, and a 64. I played a little bit. uh, yeah, I still have no idea. So my first step of getting ready for Phrecia is going to be deciding what I'm even going to be doing.
Little nick for that. Want a
You surprised me, Hillary.
A true servant of God can never be defeated. Your spirit will be the plaything of the ancestors.
Stay down, Haku.
I shall die 1,000. I choose. I cannot claim. You've made your show of force, have it?
A truce. For now.
I've not decided whether I'm going to be following a build or just running running my own thing, trying to figure something out.
Do you know what happens to the lamb that wanders into the lion's den?
I've played through to low maps a couple of times on a character that was just kind of running my own thing and winging it. Definitely not as powerful than following something, but I'm kind of thinking maybe build plan my own thing and be like, okay, I want to run this skill, or I want to run this ascendancy. What skill should I run with that, or something? I don't know yet. I haven't really put too much thought into it yet because I'm a little bit away from getting 40 of 40 because of this one thing. It's one challenge.
you? Gonna kill? You're starting to figure it out, aren't you? I can see it in your eyes.
I
Next on my list.
deeply disappointing. How's this possible?
If you think I'm going...
That one did not. Death holds no terror for me. No deal?
Death is a natural part. Feel confident.
I must confess. You dishonor me. Imprisonment is for slaves, not. I'll help you, scary lady.
Spineless. Wait! Another deal. Go on. Do.
Friend, in my Templar day, you bash well, Exile. Some have left. You remind me why I left it. I'll let you know what I find out.
Hail!
Oh yeah, this is just the standard invitation. Why am I doing this? Standard invitation for Searing Exarch, the halfway point. So, not what I need.
This is a place of sanctuary. One which I cannot allow you to defile. Behind
Oh, I can't miss this.
I thought God was working through me. I'm no traitor. From diplomacy to torture. I see.
Hey, crafting benches. Not even gonna use them. All crafting benches? Yeah. Jeez. Is this... I think I can't shield charge in this map because of the reflect. I think I can't run this map because of the reflect. I'm just doing another one. This one has reflect as well. Well, I guess we'll double check that reflect is the problem. Yep. That's what I get for not paying attention. I hate that reflect is a thing. Okay, we're not gonna listen to more Footloose stuff. Yeah, reflect is such a stupid mechanic. It either doesn't affect you at all, in which case it's just a free modifier, or it completely bricks your build. Anything that is likely to completely brick builds should just be removed from the game. And I hope that that's what they're doing with this Phrecia event, like that is gauging people's response to what gets removed for from the mod pool of things that can spawn. Because they said that all zones are getting random modifiers, and they're removing the ones that commonly brick builds from the list, which I think are the no regens and whatever. I don't mind reflect being a thing in occasional specific situations, but I think normal random world maps should not be included in that.
Funny thing about the
Gets no ease, does it?
I'm no traitor or trader. I choose.
Good riddance. I can appreciate it. The Syndicate was in dire need of a shake-up anyway.
It is the highest calling to die for one's crusade. To fall all this time.
Better a deal than having to kill you all.
I this is so annoying. Like, how many maps do I need to run to get one of these spawns? All of them. That is the correct answer.
I'm here to blow a little wind into your sails, mate. Ugh! How did I lose a bloody cage match?
Gruesome.
What if I told?
I really do.
Oh. Whoa!
Keep your word or lose your head.
I did most of that map. I'm just gonna open a new one.
Do you know what happens to the lamb that wanders into the lion's den? Wait! Look, the question now, Exile, is whether or not you're...
Do you think that I would crumble in that prison? My ancestors spent centuries in shackles. In a quarter. I am sorry. A victory like yours demands a prize.
My retribution will be... Killing me will bring you no closer to your precious artifacts. So be it. But if word of...
Thanks to your... Keep your eyes sharp. Be cool wind. Cool winds.
You have become tangled in our tapestry, Exile. Time to go.
I will bring you. Only delay our inexorable rise.
If you think I'm going, you will have to cut the words from my mouth.
Let's keep it. Debauched, overgrown toddler. Why does the Exile yet live?
A spot more. Wheeling and dealing. A fighter never goes...
Ha! Brilliant! My family name. Time to espionage a raid.
How is this possible?
I faced death before.
I choose.
What's wrong? Death is not the...
Death is simply the way of the...
Few men deserve betrayal.
I always make sure to...
For this, General, even an ignorant... I knew you were sharp. Consider it done.
Okay. So more different maps. Let's run. Promenade.
Greetings.
They are plotting against you.
Caravan is yours.
You've won the battle, Exile.
I'm afraid the...
I've seen your strength. Strong and reasonable. I like you, Exile.
You will answer to the ancestors, Griffiths. Greens. Ancestors. I will see you again. Our conflict... Death holds no terror. That one didn't. I must confess. Take your prize and go.
Another reflecting mist. So this is the fourth reflecting mist I've gotten since trying to find this pinnacle fight. Interesting version of this song. Somebody made it to work? Someone made it to work. It was sad. So, like, how dare. Someone made you do work. I misread that. I was talking to Demon Slayer, and there's a snowstorm that shut down a state. So and then he's not got a lot to do. So I got confused. My brain is on that still, for some reason. Someone made you do work. Yes. Yeah, I've never seen... I've never seen... I live in Minnesota. I've never seen a real shutdown. Like, places will close. You know, like, enough people decided to not show up that we're going to just close the store early or whatever, but... Snow's never stopped me from getting to work. If snow stops you from getting to work, you didn't plan appropriately, is kind of... We've had schools get canceled. They used to never cancel. Now they cancel, you know... Somebody sneezes, they're like, gotta cancel school. It feels like they're always canceled. Yeah. I'm not a huge gambler. Outside of, you know, out of Exile, I like to do stuff. Menominee? No.
You cannot stop death.
I live in Minnesota. I don't really, don't really leave Rochester as much, though. What's up with the AI DJ and only want to play oldies all of a sudden?
I stay true to my path, so you will.
Like last time I told it to play something, I told it to play metal music. But for some reason it just wants to play oldies.
I choose.
I needed them. You've made.
Death holds no.
Yes, Exile.
Like the phoenix.
I am well acquainted. A savage.
Somehow, trusting this right
Like I didn't mind the Metallica, but
Solve this like men.
Sorry, Exile.
I guess we should talk.
I know. Are you gonna kill me? You're starting to figure it out, aren't you?
alright. Play something different.
Thanks to your...
Trespassing is a crime, and criminals must be punished. You shouldn't even be here. This shouldn't be allowed. Time to see how the paupers live, I suppose.
Trapped stash. Sure. Be just my luck that when one of the things finally does spawn, it'll be the wrong kind.
There is no deeper cruelty than caging a wild animal. The cage beckons. Crows are very interesting.
Here to play politics again, Exile. Might. Politics. If I have a moment for... Let's hope for some entertainment.
Well, I'm about to come up on getting another Searing Exarch thing. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
You picked the wrong job, assassin. That was not, in fact, the map. So we'll try again. We'll keep going.
If you think I'm...
That one, I must confess. Then it is subterfuge.
Let's keep this professional.
This assassin.
Quick and clean.
It's overly too easy, assassin.
An arena fighter now. My retribution. If you kill me, I knew you were sharp. Consider it.
Yeah. Am I miss? Why do I have two ice, but no? Which one am I missing? Stone Golem. There we go. Am I even trying? I mean, I thought I was.
I've long wanted you to see how futile your cause truly is. Wait, let me.
Another reflecting mist. Like, that's 5 reflecting mists.
The Syndicate is wonderful.
I'm going to kill you, Giannis.
Okay. Yeah, the event does start on Thursday. I don't know why they chose to do Thursday. But yes, the event is on a Thursday. Do any of these have reflect? What's physical?
Don't you see? Death just makes me stronger. I'm going to extinguish me again. And I will steal like the phoenix.
That one. I must confess, consider us even.
The hunt is on.
You're planning on getting the layout ready, update ready for Friday? Well, I mean, you can still get it ready for Friday. It's just not going to be as useful. It'd be nicer if it was out on Thursday.
Damaged reputation here.
Death is a natural part.
Death is what separates the wolves.
You should have given them the and the strong get.
It's probably my fault. I should have warned you. Okay, I've definitely now I've gotten a 2 incandescent invitations trying to do this. So what that means to me is that it is harder to do the new Uber bosses than it is to do the old not Uber, Pinnacle bosses, to do the old Pinnacle bosses, because I can do 2 in the time it's taken to find the invitation to 1. Another reflecting mist. Like, I'm doing something wrong. I have to be doing something wrong. It can't just be this random.
this up.
Extinguish me again. And I will steal.
The red blade's a bit of a fireball.
I'll burn loyalty to have been caught.
Not as dumb as you seem.
Lorenzo would have been jealous. Even better. I'm a man of limited talents, as you can see. No more deals. Time for me to clear. There. Fair fight. Not bad. If it's information you're after,
I will enjoy. I cannot.
A truce.
I'm ashamed of what I...
Let them see too much.
Have you finally impressive display, warrior, but not enough. Face death again. Go on, do it.
You honor the way by swiftly delivering.
Death is not the...
I choose.
I'm trying hard. Exile, you're...
I expect you will come at us with a new strategy next time, Biggs.
Let's solve this like men.
Might makes right, Bane.
Let us...
I guess we should.
How is this possible?
There's only one.
Yes, Exile. Death holds no... A savage...
Ooh. I'll be right back. All right. I want to see. I'm gonna Google if there's anything that's stopping me from getting the memory tears. A base chance of 5%. And the memory tear chance can grant up to 40% increased chance to find memory tears. Yeah, but this map shouldn't have too much content. Let me just make sure. Increased chance to contain memory tears. So people are saying run white maps. Do not select Eater or Exalt. I'm not going to do the white map thing, but maybe turning off Eater or Steering Exarch make a difference. And then the other thing would be turning off all other things. I'm going to do the rest of these maps just without selecting Eater or Steering Exarch.
Forget the past. New day, new fight. Stop wasting time. I'm merely building a damaged reputation here. Ah, you honor the way. I must confess. Take your prize and go.
Another reflecting mist. Oh, man.
The Syndicate will be better off without you or your sadism.
It's no easy.
I've gotten 7 reflecting mists before getting a memory tear.
Win. Look, the question now, Exile, is whether or not you're foolish enough to face him down.
Alright. Change my mind. what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the bossing. I'm not going to select... I guess I can select here. I'm going to go in and I'm going to... Do I have any refund points left? No. Let's just use... And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out things that add any content. I don't... refund palace. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're just going to... And then I'm going to scour all these maps. And we're just going to run these maps. And see if it takes me like 3 maps and I'll get it. Okay, we got one vote on 2. So find it on the second or find it on after the second? I guess you mean find it on the second. So the next map that I run.
Time to up the stakes. Mortal enemies so fallible.
Not here, so not on these maps, or just not this particular map? Okay, so this one then. Did I do all the missions? Yeah, I've completed his stuff many times. No, it wasn't on that one. Okay, I'll talk to Egon again. Yeah, he's here.
What news?
Well, I'm not gonna die to a reflect map now. So it should be in one of 20 maps before my 40% increased. So it'd be like one in, I don't know what, 15, 12, somewhere in there. I don't know that quality affects it. Because if quality would affect it, then having it be rare would be better too. So then the ideal strat would be to run them as 8 mod maps, but block all other content. But since people are saying just run them white, Alright. Let's go back to maps. And what do we have for something? I have a lot of maps. I got a lot of Crimson Township. I don't know that I like the layout of Crimson Township, though.
Greetings.
Yeah, I would imagine so. This is 15 maps. This, if I don't find it in this group of city squares, then there's definitely something broken. There we go.
Don't dally.
Now it's got to be the right one.
Meet me back at the device.
Where? Alright.
Hello?
Trauma. I don't think that was the one I wanted. Oh, it is the one we wanted. Okay. I think it is the one. I hate that trauma equals fear equals like nothing.
As expected.
And we're just gonna rush the boss, kill the boss, activate the thing. Verity, sure. Nope, I didn't mean to go back in.
Can I help? It worked. Let us proceed. Greetings.
Time to up the stakes. Resist the assault.
Hey, how's it going? See, what you do is you just get your wife to play video games with you, and then she will be impressed instead. I'm lucky that my wife is a gamer.
Good day.
Me and my wife have a agreement that when it comes time to upgrade computers, every other upgrade is a new PC for, it's every other. So every about 2 years, we buy a new PC, and then one's for her, one's for me, one's for her, one's for me. So it's her turn for a new PC next. So right now we're not in a situation to buy a new PC, but she is starting to need one. So
Time to up the stakes. Struggle or strangle.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, I have 64 gigs of RAM in my PC and in the streaming because I'm using a dual PC setup. And it's like, well, do I need 64 gigs of RAM? Because, selling half of the RAM in my systems, that's a house payment. Yeah, my computer had some hardware issues, so I had to make some changes. So I would be on a 13th gen i9, but I'm on a 14th gen because my computer was having issues. And then I was able to fix the i9, the 13th gen, so that's in the streaming PC. It's overkill. Severe overkill. So I got 64 gigs of RAM, and I have a 4090 and a 5060. So 4090 in my gaming PC, 5060 in the streaming PC to run the stream. I normally run Vulkan. Every once in a while I have to switch. But yeah, I'm on DX12 now. Vulkan, I think, is technically the better renderer, and so I would prefer to run Vulkan, but I was having issues and crashing, so it seems like every time my video drivers update, it's a crapshoot whether Vulkan's going to be better or DirectX 12. In theory, Vulkan is closer to the hardware. It's my understanding anyways, and so should be more performant, and it should just be better.
Surprise test of strength, Exile! Hope you're prepared. Only yet again. This syndicate is strong and reasonable. I like you, Exile.
The sky burns!
Time to up the stakes.
My time at last.
One moment, Exile.
Okay, so now I just need to run this. Out of portal scrolls. Okay. Ah. Yeah, I keep alt tabbing, and because I'm holding alt to see if I can find a portal scroll. And then I tab to change my minimap. What's funny is I think Vulkan is AMD technology or designed for the AMD chips. I think that Vulkan was pioneered by AMD, but was never intended to be strictly AMD. AMD just supported it first. I don't think it was ever intended to be strictly AMD. I used to have longer load screens with Vulkan. Don't know if anything's changed since then. So anytime you change between them, it has to rebuild the cache, the shader cache. Once it's done that, it should be okay. But you never know. Okay, so I need to do this and that. Or just that a couple of times. Maybe some of that. Okay, Keurig, the Remembered. This is the one I need to... Is it item quantity of 70%? Okay. There we go. Item quantity 84%. Just double check. Item quantity. The remembered. Activate. Then I just have to do bossing.
Entertain me. Heal and fight on. Give yourself to the void. Heal and fight on. Another challenge. Mortal flesh is so valuable.
42% more monster life. Avoiding elemental ailments.
I grow bored already. Go now.
Okay. 39 of 40. So I just need to either get to 100 quick, not going to be quick. Do the labyrinth 100 times, also not going to be quick. Or 51 pinnacle bosses. I'm just going to double check. I think this counts.
It is ready.
I don't bother.
What are you doing?
What have you done, foolish girl? All things said remain. Overwhelming terror. There, make her who she is. Rapture of the mind. Forgive me. I was not myself.
Alright. So we're going to look at this guide. Endgame guides. Oh, yeah, I should probably check to see if it counted. Yes. So I now need 40 pinnacle bosses, which is less than my brain was saying 50. And I have 38 divine to do it.
Greetings.
A lot of times this will tell you. Okay. Well, I kind of want one that's cheap-ish, but also fast. Cortex takes a little bit, but would probably be the cheapest. Okay. So that doesn't give me... I call achievements. Called challenges. Alright. That's 326. All videos. This doesn't make any sense. It's not... I don't know, whatever. Okay, we're just gonna go for it. I have divine orbs and I want Echo of Trauma. That's 2 to 1. Echo of Loneliness is 1.5 to 1, and the other one's really expensive, I think. I mean, not actually that expensive anymore. What about Audience of the King? 1 gets you 4.5. Does Audience of the King count? That is where this will tell us. No, Audience of the King does not count. Exarch Shaper is longer. Elder is longer. I don't think... Cortex. How much does Cortex synthesized map cost? 30 chaos. And how much is a chaos? In divines into chaos. So that's 6-ish per divine. Hey, how's it going? So Cortex is the cheapest. Do I have any Cortexes? I have 2 Cortexes. Let's see how long these take. I'm just gonna run and fight the guy. I'm not gonna worry about killing anything.
Remember me when we're through here, you won't.
I'm at 35. We'll make sure this counts. It should.
Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories. Observe. Valdo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? You will. Burn away, sin! What are you? In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow.
Yeah, there's defeat Argus in the endgame labyrinth. Argus is in room 2.
This one is my own creation.
Hey, no, I didn't basically kill everything because I did not go down these side paths. I went right up the middle. Because normally if I was doing this to kill everything, I would have gone all the side paths and everything. This will be my last challenge, and I'll have 40 of 40.
Sin surrounds you. No! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity.
36. So... Oh yeah, I've spent a lot on this character.
Remember me when we're through here, you won't. Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories. Observe. Valdo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying
Yeah,
here?
I have,
Will. Be no more.
like, how much is this scepter worth?
Feel the pull of the void. What are you?
Critical strike chance with spell damage and cast speed.
I am king, and you will bow.
Doesn't exist. There definitely are better. There's definitely better gear for this character. But I can't be bothered because I'm good enough.
Plenty more where that came from. Face your destruction. Sin surrounds you. No! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity.
Out of portal scrolls. I apparently never grabbed portal scrolls. Oh, I have the spell. Okay, so Cortex isn't bad. So let's do instant buyout, Cortex, and I'm gonna buy a few of these.
It seems every dog has his day.
I don't know this. I think it's that critical strike chance is relatively rare, having this much critical strike chance. And so spell damage isn't the best mod I can have. There's a different mod I can have instead of this spell damage, but the combination is pretty good. Cast speed also is pretty good. I don't know, I think I spent like 80 div on this when I bought it. I think my helmet's also like my next most expensive thing, because it has hypothermia and concentrated effect and elemental damage and +2 level of that plus that. I guess that's crafted, so it doesn't really matter, but 150 div for that. And there is something else I can get that would be better than which one would I drop? I think power charge on kill. The other thing is the tattoos that my character's got. I don't know if the Herald tattoos have gotten more expensive or less expensive, but they were like 18 div a piece when I was buying them. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 of them. I think that my weapon, the main thing on here is the spell crit and the elemental damage. The other stuff can make it better, but it makes it significantly more expensive at a minor increase to damage. And so I was focusing other things, and the helmet adds so much in this build. I don't know how much Mage Bloods are worth right now. 111 divine. I think I bought it for 103 or something like that. Do I not have this thing anointed? Man, I didn't know what I was doing when I stopped playing. Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it.
Sin surrounds you. No! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity.
Oh, yeah. I don't think this is the fastest, but it's very cheap and very comfortable.
What secrets are you hiding in that murderous mind of yours? Let's find out. Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories. Observe! Valdo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? You will. Turn away, sin! What are you? In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow. This one is my own creation. Darkness! Plenty more where that came from. Face your destruction. Burn away, sin! No! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity. Remember me? Here you won't. Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories. Observe! Rayclass needs me! Valdo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? You will. Burn away, sin! What are you? In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow. This one is my own creation. Face your destruction. Feel the pull of the void. Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity. Remember me? Baldo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories. Observe! Light of salvation! Baldo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? You will. Burn away, sin! What are you? In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow. This one is my own creation. Light of salvation! Ah, plenty more where that came from. Face your destruction. Burn away, sin! Sin surrounds you. No! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity.
Hello.
Remember me when you're through here, you won't. Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories.
I need
Observe.
34 more.
Valdo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? You will. Burn away, sin! What are you? In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow. This one is my own creation. Repent! Plenty more where that came from. Face your destruction. Burn away, sin! Sin surrounds you. No! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity.
Greeting.
Yeah. Got a bottled faith. That's a couple of divine there.
Remember me when we're through here, you won't. Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories. Observe! Valdo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? You will. Feel the pull of the void! What are you? In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow! Face your destruction. Burn away, sin! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity. secrets are you hiding in that murderous mind of yours? Let's find out. Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories. Observe! Rayclass needs me! Valdo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? You will. Burn away, sin! Feel the pull of the void! What are you? In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow! This one is my own creation. Light of salvation! Ah, plenty more where that came from. Face your destruction! Burn away, sin! Sin surrounds you! No! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity.
All right, before I run into this one, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right.
Remember me when we're through here, you won't. Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories. Observe! Valdo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? You will. Burn away, sin! What are you?
If you have any songs that you'd like to share, I enjoy discovering new music. You can do exclamation point SR and then either a Spotify link or song name dash artist name, or is it artist dash song? I think it's song dash artist. The Spotify link is the best. And that'll add it to the queue.
This one is my own creation.
I wonder how quickly I can do Eater of Worlds and how expensive the Eater of Worlds invitations are.
No! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity. Remember me when we're through here, you won't. Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memory.
You can also do exclamation point Discord to get a link to the Discord if you're interested.
Valdo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? You will. Feel the pull of the void. What are you? In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow. This one is my own creation. Ha! Plenty more where that came from. Face your destruction. Sin surrounds you. No! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity.
I need 29 more. I'm gonna try.
Celerin.
I don't know if I can buy it through here. I think. The Writhing Invitation? No. No, Incandescent Invitation is the wrong one. I got it wrong. Dreaming Invitation? Yeah. Ah, they're only 40 chaos. Let me buy one of these quick.
Energize the spheres. Be gone.
That's faster. So, and that counted, right? Yeah, that's way faster. And they're not that different because it was like 38. Instant buyout. We're going to buy. How many of these do I need? I would need 28 more. So one. Okay. 2. 3. Why are they all different prices? Trade filters. Buyout price. Chaos. So 4. Five. Okay, I think going from somebody else's hideout was being glitched, so I'm just gonna go back to my hideout each time. And I forgot. Oh, it worked. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. So 5, 10, 11. Well, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 'm at 17 of 28, right? I turn divines in.
I'll put the word out.
What's up with people pricing them for all kinds of different prices. So 25. Or 6. Wait. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to 6. I need 2 more. Okay. In theory, I run all these, I'm done. The orbs. Charge, or the spheres. Charge the spheres.
Be gone!
That's way faster than running the other guy. Yeah. Yep, this is the way to go.
Hello.
And it was only a little bit more expensive.
Energize the spears!
Yeah, I can beat 2 to 3 of these in the time it takes me to do one of the other ones. Energize the spheres. This is Herald stacking, Penance Brand of Dissipation. Yeah, the single target isn't the most I've ever done, but it's up there. And then it also has really good clear at the same time. So, not my most powerful build ever. But pretty close. It is expensive. I did a different build first to farm all the currency I need for this build. And if anybody's interested in the gear once I'm done, I'll give out all the gear for both builds. I don't need them. Once I've got 40-40, I don't play standard. So, and then I'm not going to be playing the league anymore after I get 40-40. So that's possibly an expensive piece. What? How much is this? Unidentified. This is a Forbidden Flesh. 6 div. Yeah. What happens if I identify it? I have not decided that yet. And that just went down to 10 chaos.
Greetings.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the money. I'm effectively paying the 6 div just to get the 40-40. I don't care about making the money back. Almost skipped the phase. There is Uber Maven, and I think Uber Maven is still the hardest boss in PoE 1. I think regular Maven is as hard as a lot of the Ubers. And part of the problem with Maven is that she turns off regen. She has abilities that turn off regen, and she's got one-shot abilities. And when you're playing the Uber version of Maven, it's hard to avoid them. $15 away. PoE 1 endgame systems are a lot to wrap your head around. Still don't understand a lot of them. So the one thing you need to know about... So Crash Course PoE endgame. Atlas. Atlas starts with no Void Stones in here, which means these things start at level 1, and they work their way up to 16 at the top. As you get Void Stones from doing different endgame mechanics, slowly working its way down, it'll turn everything into tier 16. That way you get to pick whatever map you want to do and just do that one map over and over again, because they all can be your endgame map. That's all Void Stones really do for you, is make it so that you can run whatever you want as an endgame map. They also make it so tier 17s drop, but that's secondary. T17s are their own special thing, which you don't have to worry about. Don't run them if you don't know what you're doing. Just sell them. You'll make way more selling them than you will running them. So don't worry about it. Then there's the Atlas. And all you do on the Atlas is you find a mechanic that you like. If it's Ultimatum, then you spec all your points into Ultimatum, into everything that makes sense. And then if you have enough leftover points, you're like, oh, I like Delirium. It's near Ultimatums, so I'll do that. Or I like Ritual. It's also, it's also over here. You generally want to pick with things that are on the same general area, so you can get as many points from everything as possible. And generally, you can pick 2 to 3 different endgame mechanics to experience and run. These nodes here block mechanics, so if there's something you really don't like running, and in this situation I blocked them to get other things to spawn, you can say, oh, you know what, I really don't like Ultimatum, so I'm blocking it. The nice thing here is all these things over here, generally these blocks block things that are on the left side of the tree. These blocks block things on the right side of the tree in general. So you're already on the, the appropriate side of the tree. That's it. You also pick up, map drop chance, scarab drop chance, just little bits here and there. And then all the mechanics are just leagues that are still in the game, basically. So you just run into them, decide whether you like them or not. Blight is a love it or hate it thing. If you like Blight, spec into Blight, run a lot of Blight. If you don't like Blight, block Blight, or just don't spec into it, and then you just don't run it when you're in your endgame maps. It'll happen, it'll show up, just run right by. And then there's, bossing and stuff like that, which you don't really need to worry about. Yeah, a lot of people, I like Blight. I don't love Blight, but I like Blight. I think it needs a little bit of a refresh, and it needs a performance increase, because right now it is the hardest content in the game for your computer to run. But it can be very rewarding, and basically, you don't run anything you're not spec'd into. And that's the end game of Path of Exile 1. And don't worry about running everything. Like, if there's something that you don't know what it is, and you don't feel like learning what it is right now, that's fine. Just don't do it. Yeah, Path of Exile 1 is very, the end game of Path of Exile 1 is very repetitive. More so than Path of Exile 2, because in Path of Exile 2 it forces you to run different maps. In Path of Exile 1 you can find a layout that you like and only run that one. True. Only Steve can do Delve. You can play with Delve, but you can't main Delve. You're never gonna keep up with Steve. You can dabble. You can even, get to like 300-400 Delve depth and just kind of stick there. That's fine. Come on. Wow. Drowning Orb was gonna get me. I hate Drowning Orbs. In both games. So in reality, the rewards you get for Delve increase as you go down. But they get exponentially worse the further down you get. 400 is generally when people say the increase in difficulty isn't worth it for the minor increase in rewards that you get. So you generally don't go past 400 depth. If you have a really good delving build, you might go to 800 depth to get a little bit more out of it. But you wouldn't go further than that. There's no reason to. Because it's exponentially worse scaling. It gets harder and doesn't really give you anything more. So there's no reason to do it. A lot of people like Delve, and will delve until, 4 to 800s. Depending on your build. I think I get Delve to like 200, 300. If you wanted to like compete with Steve for Delve depth, it's never gonna happen because Steve has like an entire guild feeding him gear, feeding him currency, feeding him gear, so that he never has to do anything but delve. Eight more. Somebody should start a guild and call it Steve's Downfall. And just have it be a guild that's all about getting somebody further than Steve, faster than Steve. And then have some fake feuding between Steve and this new person. Down with Steve. I thought I activated that one. Yeah. This one and one more. All right, last one. Last one. There we go. 40 of 40 completed. How much did these things go for? 70 chaos a piece, so. And I got 5 of them. That plus the lucky drop. I definitely made my money back, except for then I identified it and I shouldn't have. But that's fine. Oh, hey, I made it to 40 of 40 today. I'm happy with that.
Greetings.
Anybody want all of my gear? Clipped the 40 of 40, I see. Nice. Yeah, 40 of 40. Challenges completed. Still have some achievements that I've not done, but I am probably never doing them. How much does this go for? Only a few chaos. Oh, Red Nightmare. That one was worth a lot. Forty div. Nobody wants all my gear.
Blessings.
I mean, the league is still going to be going, and somebody could use it to get challenges done or whatever. Did I not? I never equipped a. Oh, I took all my gear off, so the cosmetics would have come off too.
Hello.
No one else is claiming it. I'm on Lie Herald, so you're welcome to it. Otherwise, I'd probably just give it all to some random person in a town. It's gonna do me no good. Oh, my wife's the guild leader apparently still. If you're interested in being in the guild, you're welcome to be in the guild as well.
I should raise my fees.
Whatever, that's good enough. Okay. Are you interested in being in the guild at all? Because I'll invite you really quick. And is your inventory empty? Because I will have one slot to spare. There, full build. And then I do have another. If somebody has a chieftain that they want to have cast when stunned, this one's worth way less. But it's what I farmed all my currency on. Yeah, way less. Yeah, no problem. Oh, if you decide to do that build, when you do the Herald stacking build, you're gonna want some tattoos. Um, I have 10 of these, and it makes a significant difference. You're still gonna be fine without it. But last I checked, they're only 4 div a piece now, four and a third. So to get 10 of them would cost 45 div, which is actually not that bad. Yeah, this doesn't have anything worth much at all. Shield is probably worth the most. Probably 20 div. Yeah, it's pretty easy to go from doing RF to doing this build. This immutable force might be 3 div. Blood Notch is cheap now. Yeah, you're welcome to it. I guess technically this has more stuff because it has more jewels, maybe? Must be. Oh, I had these 2 jewels. These 2 jewels I don't think I was using. That's a whole cast when stunned build. Pretty private league. Can I do base league keepers? No, you can't do Phrecia stuff, which makes sense. Yeah, not a problem. That's so the build that I just gave you is the one that I use to farm all my currency to be able to afford enough stuff to get the other build going, which then I use to do all the challenges and stuff. Honestly, I think I farmed more currency on the cast when stunned than I ever did on the Herald build. So, all right, I'm gonna see if there's any Phrecia idle progression. Let's find Phrecia builds. Let's watch this guy's build and see if I can get some ideas of what I want to do.
Welcome back, you filthy exiles, and if you're like me, you are completely G'd up for the Phrecia event again, because I'm actually keen to play some PoE 1. We played a lot, like hundreds and hundreds of hours of PoE 2 in the last few months, so it is rightfully time for some PoE 1. So, getting into the spirit of it, I have a list of 5 potential starters that you could use. One is from me that I did from my last Phrecia event, so obviously another couple of prefaces here. There were definitely changes to things in the last patch, so you need to take that into consideration when you look at some of the builds. And the other thing that you need to keep in mind as well is there's some balance pass that's going to come to some of the ascendancies. Some of the theories is that Ancestral Commander is going to get hit. I don't necessarily think it's going to get hit that much, because like this first build we're going to feature here, this one is from Smokey777. Now, I thought this was pretty cool when they put this up. This was uploaded yesterday, I think, from what I can see. So make sure you stop by their channel, or today. Make sure you stop by the channel and have a look. This is a Glacial Cascade of Phrecia Mine Scavenger. So I am a big fan of GC Mines because I played this a long time ago, and I did pretty much a very similar
This looks like fun.
where we ran low life, and low life is actually very strong if you're going for high octane DPS, because it's a really easy way to get a lot of big auras into your build, in this case Hatred, Zealotry, and Summon Skitterbots. Now, they are using the Archons tools as well, which basically means that Skitterbots inflict Scorch, and also they do a fair bit of increased aura effect as well, which is pretty cool. There is a bit of freeze fence usage as well, but they've got basically a first iteration POB that you can have a look at that uses the sort of scavenger ascendancy. And then this is sort of from 3.26, not accounting for any other changes made in the last patch. Another really interesting thing that Smokey goes into is the use of bloodlines. So now we have bloodlines. So if you do encounter useless ascendancy points, you could simply just stack bloodlines on that. There's actually 3 options for ascendancies here. You've got Forbidden Flesh and Flame, which you just add in, and that's a free ascendancy point. You've got Bloodlines for any ascendancies in the Phrecia ascendancies that are useless to you. And then you've got the Phrecia ascendancies, which are totally different again. So you actually have a fair bit of workability with some of the builds. Obviously, this doesn't also include graphs, so there's some other stuff that you can do with that too to make it even stronger, but that's something that you guys will have to figure out. Overall, this is a really cool build. I do really like Glacial Cascade, and I do like mines. So, you know, that makes a lot of sense. So overall, they've got a really good guide. Make sure you stop by their YouTube channel and Twitch and drop them a like and a sub. But yeah, they pretty much talk all the way through, so it's worth sitting through and just getting a bit of an understanding of how the build works.
Yeah, that sounds
and
interesting.
You could potentially do a bit of
How long does he get to talk about this person? Yeah.
Rightio, so the next build we're going to feature is a bit of a different one, and this is Cardboard Bastard's Architect of Chaos Dominating Blow setup. So I thought this one was really interesting because I seldom have played with Dominating Blow, and I know they have a lot of feature of this on their channel as well. This is actually a really cool build. So basically it goes, I believe, using Val Dominating Blow, and then from the Ascendancy, which is Architect of Chaos, we get like Chaos Reign, so we get +3 to all Val skills. And then basically Fever of Corruption, which is 50% increased Val skill duration. And then Val skills require 50% reduced souls per use. So basically there's like a lot of, and you get things like Forbidden Secrets, which is Everlasting Sacrifice and Shepherd of Souls, which comes from the jars that can drop from the Atziri's Temple, whatever it's called. I can never remember it anymore. There's too many mechanics in Path of Exile for me to remember the names, but I know what they look like. Anyway, moral of the story, you can pretty much keep Dominating Blow up the entire time. And the big advantage here is I think you could actually use Bloodlines to pop this up even more and make it even stronger. But pretty much they build a relatively tanky build, and I can see from their last update, they did like 5 updates, and I'll put every video in the description below for you to have a look at. They basically ran through everything. So they did 404 Void Stones with this Cortex, Cyrus, and then you're starting to get more on the less like
Smite Paladin,
experimental and fringe builds, and more on the things like Divine Judgment.
Don't want to do
Smite.
that.
So this one is the Smite of Divine Judgment from Exile Cat, and to be honest with you, Smite builds are really, really strong. And you could even do things with this, for example, with Grey Winds, and do life stacking on the Gladiator would be an option. Maybe not Gladiator, but something very similar. Or you could just play this. So basically, yeah, this is Exile Cat's build. So from a bit of a run through of the guide, he's got an early like POB starter setup here that moves into the POB endgame with a bit of a leveling configuration too. Pretty much just predicated on getting a big sword and then just chasing down enemies and whacking them with Smite, which is always a lot of fun. This then eventually moves into the category of going the Taming, which is a ring, gives you a lot of damage, and then things like Yoke of Suffering. Eventually it has Savalan at its like absolute pinnacle endgame, and it's super, super tanky. I actually think this is a really cool build. It's incredibly strong. Like anything you run Smite on is inevitably going to be strong. The other big advantage is it does use a Paradoxica as well, which you can get from the Syndicate. I think it's Syndicate content. Yeah, Syndicate. And that, you know, just gives you a ton of damage later on. So there's a lot of scalability. But yeah, this one you'll get off the ground very, very quickly. You're going to go like a hybrid armor evasion configuration initially, sack up a good amount of damage, run through endgame, and then eventually, yeah, you're going to move into the full crit Smite Divine Judgment sort of configuration with all the elemental damage under the sun. And then, yeah, Exile Cat then farmed in Progenesis and whatnot. Make sure you check out his video. They're always really amusing and really well put together. I really like Exile Cat's content. So, yeah, the link will be in the description.
Yeah.
Make sure you drop a like and a follow, and this will be build number 3.
So far,
Okay,
out of
so
these, I think
all we're
Glacial
gonna feature
Cascade
here
looks
is-
pretty good. I don't really want to do Poison Concoction. I don't really like Poison Concoction. And I don't like Bone Shatter, so I'm not gonna look at any more of these. Bog Shaman RF. That's another thing. I wouldn't mind doing RF again. Following Pox's guide would probably be good. Blade Vortex Life Stacker.
What up? This build is a life stacker. It converts Energy Shield into a massive amount of life, then uses that gigantic life pool to scale spell damage thanks to Sacrifice support and Wrath Pith Globe.
I like how he
It
says
also
massive amount of
recovers
life and he's
around
showing
15 to
2,000.
20,000 life per second, so it's pretty much unkillable. It is only available in Phrecia League, so if you're wanting to play this in regular PoE, too bad. Before we jump into it, help us out with that typical YouTube busy work, like, subscribe, and hype the video if you're on mobile. These all tell YouTube to show our content to more people, which helps us keep doing this. One more quick disclaimer here. We are recording this before GGG has posted the patch notes for the event. We will update the build as about here. Let's talk about Blade Vortex. Blade Vortex is a physical damage spell that you pick up around level 12, so in Act 1, but you're not really able to use it until you complete Act 4 and unlock Unleash support. And let's show off why. So when you get Blade Vortex, you can cast it, it summons one blade that swirls around you for 4 seconds, and then that's kind of it. The damage on it really isn't that great at one blade stack, and by the time that you've cast out several blades, not moving around or doing anything, it's going to already be expiring again. What you really need to make Blade Vortex work is Unleash support, which allows you to charge up several extra casts of a spell by not casting the spell for several seconds. So as you can see here, we'll click it once and it'll cast it 5 times all at once. You don't get Unleash support until you finish Act 4. You need to be level 38 in order to use it, so Blade Vortex really isn't usable until that point. But that's not all you need. You also need Skill Effectoration and Area of Effect. But once you have them, it's an incredibly strong skill. It has pretty good base damage due to the fact that it gains increased hit frequency for each blade and more damage for each blade. That's a pretty huge amount of damage, and it's really easy to maintain 10 stacks of Blade Vortex once you have Unleash support and you have a decent amount of Skill Effectoration. You're able to just walk around right-clicking every 4 seconds or so, and that's pretty much it. You zip through packs of enemies, they get shredded and die. This is an actual spell, though. It's not a damage over time effect, so it's able to crit. It's able to scale very effectively with all the normal sources of spell damage scaling. So now let's talk about the Bog Shaman Ascendancy and why it's so good for Blade Vortex. The first 2 points you take with your first Ascendancy are Toad Packed. They give you 50% projectile speed, 50% area of effect, and 50% skill effect duration. It also gives you minus 20 all res. These are pretty big positive bonuses, so there, I guess, needs to be some sort of downside. Area of effect and skill effect duration are both relatively difficult stats to come by in the passive tree, and this is a massive amount of both of them, and it really helps you get Blade Vortex up and running very easily right as soon as you finished Act 4. Your next
This
2
sounds
points
really
go into
interesting
Vile
to me.
Imprecations, which gives you nearby enemies have Malediction. Malediction is basically a 10% bank error in your favor, both in terms of enemy damage dealt and in terms of enemy
And then
damage taken.
it's the same
It's just a
ascendancy
really,
as
really good
Pox's
basic passive
RF, so I
node.
can
Then things get a
start the
little
same way
weird for
Pox is
Bogwitch.
going.
Fel Finn is your third option. It really does seem to be the best one for your third ascendancy. It is 0 chaos res for you and for enemies, so at that point in the progression of the character, 0 chaos res for enemies is going to be pretty worthless, but you'll probably be at negative 30 chaos res by the time you're doing your third ascendancy, so this is still better than nothing, even though it's not amazing. Eventually, this will become an incredibly powerful node because you're going to do a lot of chaos damage, but during the campaign, you really won't be. The final ascendancy that you're going to take on Bog Shaman is Sanguine Power, and this is just a collection of horrible downsides in service of one really insane upside. So it removes all your energy shield and gives you minus 3 max life per level. The default bonus is 12 max life per level, so this changes it to 9, so it's a pretty big penalty if you were to take this during the campaign. But what it does is it makes it so that all of the max energy shield on your equipped armor items, so that's helm, body armor, gloves, boots, and shield, all get converted into max life. So if we look here in the gear section, basically your ideal setup is just to run super energy shield heavy pieces of gear. We're talking about like a 1200 energy shield plus Twilight Regalia. We're talking about a Twilight Regalia with over 1200 energy shield, helmet with over 500, you know, things like that. You can do a mix of energy shield and life, but you're going to actually get more life out of running energy shield on all these prefixes than you would out of having life, for the most part. And so by setting all of that up and having the tree fully unlocked, we can get up into the, like, 20,000 plus life range really easily. Now, on its own, that's not anything that'll give you damage, but the sacrifice support makes it so that when you cast the linked spell, so in this case, Blade Vortex, you sacrifice 20% of your current life and gain chaos damage equal to 55% of the life that you sacrifice. So just to do a little napkin math here, if you have 23,811 life and you spend 20% of that on a spell, that's 4,700 life. 55% of that being converted into chaos damage is 2,600 flat chaos damage. Then you can just scale it up in the usual way, crit damage, void manipulation, and that is how you turn life stacking into dealing damage.
I gotta
of course, that's not the only way to
this
turn
one.
life stacking into dealing damage. We also
This
need to use
one,
Wrath Pith
this
Globe,
might be
which
the way to
gives
go.
Crit chance and spell damage based on player max life. As you can see, this is about 90% of our damage. If we take this off, our damage goes from like 38 million to 3 million. So it's a pretty big deal as well. Even before we get all of the life scaling and sacrifice online, we can still get some value out of Fel Finn, though, just by running an obliteration that gives a large chunk of physical damage as extra chaos. If you have enemies with 0 chaos res, then that's just going to be a pretty decent extra chunk of damage. In addition to the obvious quality of life of having enemies explode when they die. Now, because we get so much crit chance out of Wrath Pith Globe with life stacking, we're able to run Mariline's Fallacy. This is an amulet that's super cheap to get normally. It has an insanely high global crit multi-modifier on it. It also gives your crits Culling Strike, and the only penalty is 40% less crit chance, which is usually a death sentence for it, but in a build like this where you have very, very, very high crit chance, like well over the cap, if we take this off, well over 100% crit chance, it's totally worth, like, dropping down into the high 80s or 90s. Alright, now let's talk about leveling the build. So, for the purposes of really just doing, like, an underpowered test just to see how well this would work in the worst case scenario, we leveled a basically unascended witch. Technically, this character did run the first labyrinth and go to occultist because it looks cool, but then the points are unallocated. There are only 2 points, never did any other labs after that. You know, this effectively was an unascended witch. Just to see, like, you know, will this build work with none of these bonuses that Bogwitch is going to get and are going to make it much, much, much more powerful. And it was awesome. It steamrolled through the whole campaign. So we do have a very basic setup here in the leveling section of the skill gems, and so because you can't really use Blade Vortex for the first
this is it.
4
This is my
acts,
build. I'm going to probably just call it here. I'm gonna finish watching this at some point. Oh, what is this?
But, you know, it's a pretty 21. It does give you a bunch of degen, but, you know, it's a pretty huge damage increase. It's optional, but because you have so much life in a like full in-game setup, you can run Righteous Fire, and Righteous Fire gives you 40% more spell damage at level 21. It does give you a bunch of degen, but, you know, it's a pretty huge damage increase. Like, we're looking at 38 million DPS here with Righteous Fire turned on. If we turn it off, it goes down to 27 million. Also, there's the possibility
Yeah, I'll be around
of
tomorrow.
running Dissolution of the
I stream
Flesh,
most
which is a
days.
very weird jewel. It makes it so that you have no energy shield, which we already have that going on in the build. It gives you 30% more max life, and then instead of losing life when you take damage, you reserve life. So I can show that off in game right now. I have Righteous Fire equipped, and you obviously can't run these together for reasons that'll make sense real quickly. So instead of taking damage, it is just reserving all of my life. If you reserve more than your full life from taking too much damage, you die. When that life is unreserved, it doesn't fill back up. So it's a little clumsy to use a Dissolution of the Flesh. It does give you 30% more max life, which is super awesome for PoB, but you can't regen out of this. You just literally have to stop being hit for 2 seconds in a row, which can be kind of rough in some situations, so it's maybe not worth using. So we did set up 2 very similar but slightly different trees for Dissolution of the Flesh. Basically, we just dropped some life regen and added Dissolution of the Flesh to one of them, and you can see the damage goes up quite a bit. But it's not an insane value because you do have to give up Righteous Fire, whereas you could just use Righteous Fire and have regular life regen and not have to think about that that weird jank. But you can see the life difference is 23k versus 31k, so it's a pretty big damage bonus. Pretty big life bonus too. I guess they're the same thing. We do run blood magic in this build. You know, we have insane amounts of life.
All right. I'm gonna hop off here. So thanks again for hanging out. Thanks for the Prime sub and the follow and all that. I'll be back around tomorrow. And when I hop on tomorrow, I'm probably gonna try 2 characters. I'm gonna try to get through Axe on 2 characters. Maybe not both of them tomorrow, but at least one of them tomorrow. And try to do the leveling they're recommending here. And then I'm also going to try doing the leveling that Pox is doing for Righteous Fire. And compare how smooth they're going, because the bonuses will be very similar, I think. So and whichever feels better is what I'm probably going to go with. I think this is my build for this league. I thought about doing the cast when stun stuff, but I did that so much during the normal league. I want to do something different. So I think that's it. So thanks again, and have a good evening.